Hello.
Hello.
Hey, there it goes. I must have turned my audio to mute or something by accident.
No, I think we just weren't talking for a hot second.
That's a possibility too.
I thought you were talking
Us
about your
not talking for a
mic.
hot second would
Sorry.
probably kill it for you hearing us.
Definitely.
How's everyone
How is
been?
everything?
I won't
Wet.
commit war crimes, but that's a normal thing. Oh, that's right.
We're at
2 days
17.
within the last week. 2 days within the last week. Tornado sirens hiding in the basement.
That's not good.
No.
It's us, but Greenfield, Iowa got hit.
Oh
Missed me,
no.
though. And clearly, that's... Greenfield, Iowa had some wild tornadoes.
I hope they keep missing you.
And I hope they don't cross the state lines.
Likewise.
It would be good if, like, we don't have it cross state lines, because that'd be kind of bad.
Anyway. It's been a while, and the last session on the side was just one person. What do we remember?
We are going to start a war someday.
One of these days it's gonna happen.
I have a countdown on
keep-
my own end.
Look, I was promised a war. I have not been given a war yet. Where is the war I was promised?
Well, let me look at my notes.
It's gonna be very shortly, I feel like.
We demand war.
Okay. It must be in my session notes where I have it in terms of numbers. All I have here is the Tevngardians set out for battle in 4 days. M-3 days after the day of Eurybus' funeral.
Okay. So we're at 3 days then.
No,
Or no,
time's
2
about
days it
to
would be.
become a weird soup.
Oh boy.
Wait, was time not already a weird soup?
Only casually.
Time has been a weird soup the entire time. I've been trying to keep the timeline of both sessions lined up, but they're technically a few days behind.
All I'm hearing is that we start the war first, and they can't counter us.
Exactly. We have
Which
the
means
element of
we'll
surprise.
be winning. We'll be winning. And really, that's all that matters.
I feel like I've heard several politicians say that.
We will be winning, and that's all that matters. Anyways, the reason I say time is about to become a weird soup is we're gonna go through the funeral date again, but we're gonna focus on Faya this time.
Ooh.
I don't see this day lasting that long, so we'll see how it goes.
Faya, does Faya really have anything to do on this island? It's already been explored.
Hazel.
Hey.
I don't think Faya really has anything to do for today.
I have given you things to...
Oh no.
You have been voluntold.
I've been voluntold.
Faya!
We love being voluntold. Yay!
Hey, the neighbors are allowed to exist, dog.
I mean, I'd like play devil's advocate for your dog. My dog also agrees that all neighbors need to be purged. I don't think neighbors are allowed to exist.
Only a couple of them are.
They're all perfectly fine. You're just anxiety-ridden.
Okay, but like, them causing dog anxiety is why they need to be purged. They're causing the dog anxiety.
They're not. She's just generally anxious.
Again, though, they're setting her off to be anxious, so clearly they need to be purged.
Well, she's fine now.
Ah, that means they've been purged. Excellent. Andrew, I need your help hiding the body for the dog.
Okay, so you're gonna want to dig a hole that's 8 feet down vertical, about 3 feet across.
Do you know any pig farmers?
Cylindrical. I don't, unfortunately. I know a guy in Ohio who has a few gators as pets.
That might work, but it's a bit far. I need pig farmers.
Isn't that, like, your second biggest thing in Iowa?
Yeah, but I don't know anyone with a wood chipper. And I'm not chopping up that
Anyway,
body.
Faya, on day 13 of the overall timeline, you'll end up sleeping in a little bit this morning. When you wake up, almost everyone is gone. You don't see Reyes, but you do see Hiven and Nemes with Eurebus' body preparing it for burial.
Where is Duck?
Asleep next to / on you.
I'm going to need to sneak away from the sleeping closet. Don't want to disturb the closet, but also I need to get up.
Roll. No, I'm just playing. You managed to. You can wiggle yourself out from under Duck without disturbing the duck.
I will wiggle myself out from under Duck.
He grabs your pillow when you leave it behind and spoons it.
I'm just gonna... Oh god, why is Duck attached to me?
Let me fix that. Okay. You may now move freely without bringing Duck with you.
Oh, thank god. I mean, Faya will probably head over to Hivid and Nemes first and just ask if they need any help with anything.
No, we've got it taken care of from here. Thank you, though.
Cool.
You
I guess...
have work down below, I think.
Apparently I have work down below. I guess I'm going down below.
Well, I just figured you're gonna still be helping the other magic people with the automatons.
I can certainly try. They're out of my area of expertise usually. But I'm willing to try. Faya will probably head down then. And that's where she's apparently supposed to go.
Okay. Leaving Duck behind?
If Duck wakes up, can you just tell him I'm down below? Faya's just shouting that to Nemes and Hivid. Or not shouting, but like, asking them before she goes.
Sure.
Cool, thanks. Faya will head down and leave Duck behind to sleep.
So, you head down to the automaton area.
I like this note. Now with Bishi.
Um, well, down below New Aviary, people are still working on deconstructing some of the robots so that they can hopefully repair one specific one and see how if they can get it to work. They have set up one of the tables to group together similar parts. Another one is for the specific robot they're trying to fix up, and the rest are just used to further disassemble the machines. As you work to help the others with the disassembly, however you wish to describe that, you notice that Sylvaas is not present.
Is he Is he necessary for this? Specifically?
Not necessarily,
Faya is
but
aware
he
of?
seemed pretty keen to oversee yesterday.
Faya might just go up to, like, the first person she can who doesn't seem too busy with what they're doing and just go, hey, do you know where Sylvaas is? I thought he wanted to, like, help with the deconstruction.
I think he's preparing an argument for the prince on potentially getting access to the new corpse.
What new corp? Wait, the one we were preparing for a funeral?
Well, that would explain why he's preparing such an argument then, does it not?
If you said anything, I won't lie, I didn't hear anything on my end. I was so confused.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Yeah, I think that would be the one, and if you're preparing a funeral for it, that might explain why he's trying to write an argument.
Yeah, no, that would make
Request?
sense. Huh? What?
No, nothing. Keep going.
Um, why do we need the corpse for the robots? Do we need the corpse for the robots?
He has an experiment in mind, and he needs a corpse.
Ah. Oh, that's fair. Uh, I guess we just leave that to him while we try and put the robots together then. Or, well, the one robot.
He hands you a cog. Take that over to it.
Fail. Yeah. Yep. I was gonna do that.
I guess that's about it for that. So you spend several hours below New Aviary, going through the day until lunch break, at which point you head up top of New Aviary. As you head toward the mess hall, however, you see Hiven, Nemes, Frigga, and Reyes returning from the jungle. You notice several things about each of them. Hiven has changed clothes from his usual battle-ready chain shirt and robes to dark priestly vestments. Nemes appears to have been crying. Frigga seems confused. Andrew, what does Reyes look like as he comes back from Eurybus's funeral?
Determined. Just there is a potential energy with him that is ready to erupt, but is unfocused.
Faya, is there anything you'd like to do?
I was just gonna go get lunch. That seems like it was a private affair, whatever the hell happened over there. And like,
That's fair.
they're my colleagues, but I don't really know these people. The only one I really know is Reyes, and as far as I can tell, he's just helping instigate the war. Which is like what we're all assigned to do now. So that's fine.
Tis the job.
'Tis the job, but like, other than that, I don't really know them.
True.
Whatever happened, I think, was a private affair with them. That's their business. I'm gonna go get a sandwich.
That's a private affair. I'm gonna go get a sandwich. I want that on a t-shirt.
Look, if that's their own private affair. Whatever happened was between them. I don't know these people. I should not go poking my nose in their business. Maybe if I got to know any of them better, I might, but as it stands, they're just my colleagues, and I don't want to be that nosy colleague. That'd be weird. I'm gonna go get that sandwich.
That was Reyes. As you're in the mess hall, the door opens to it, but you don't see anyone walk in. And then there's just a soft little pitter-patter heading towards Reyes, let's just say. You hear a small little, yeah! And Reyes, you're bonked on the head with a stick.
Ow. Okay.
Quietly eat sandwich. No.
You turn around to see Duck with a stick.
That tracks.
And then he waddles back over towards Faya.
Duck, why do you have a stick?
I got my revenge!
What revenge?
Andrea, this is gonna be a player reminder. Reyes killed Duck.
As he was running away.
He was running. I don't remember. Did Duck say anything, or did Faya see that at all?
Faya did. I'm not sure if Faya specifically would have seen Reyes, but she did hear the "you should escape" talk with Erebus, and Duck disappearing could be considered suspicious after hearing such a talk.
One way or another, Duck definitely heard that discussion.
Oh, Duck! I remember Duck hearing that suggestion, because I remember, was it Faya and Reyes had like the weirdest conversation where they both knew each other's secrets and were just dancing around to the matter.
It was less knew each other's secrets and
or not
more
knew each other's secrets,
lying
but like
each other's asses off.
Yeah.
Just being suspicious in general.
Friendship.
Like, I'm aware you had this talk. You're aware that I'm aware that you had this talk. We're both not going to address this talk.
It's just going to sit and fester.
All good wounds do.
Well, that's the best way to heal.
Obviously.
Do you need to whack him any more times with the stick? Or are you good now?
Nah, I'm satisfied. But this is a good stick.
I mean, if you want the stick, you can keep the stick. I don't think anyone's gonna take the stick from you.
I will bite them if they try.
That's a fair. That's fair. It's your property now. You are the owner of that stick. You have a right to defend your property. Anyway, Faya will break. Wait, does Faya? What does Faya have for food actually?
If you want a sandwich, you can have a sandwich.
I just figured I'd ask because I've been joking about the sandwich, but like legitimately, whatever she's having, she'll probably just share with Duck. If it's a sandwich, so be it. If it's like whatever war rations, she's still gonna share.
I'm sure they have sandwich MREs, so... Sandwich.
Faya will share half her sandwich with Duck.
Duck will eat.
Duck doesn't need to eat, but Duck will eat.
Yes, we've established this.
Look, it makes him feel like he's part of the family.
Time passes. You head down to continue your work with the automatons. Breas eventually seems to follow after to practice flying the dragon. Later, you fight him in the lounge, laying on the couch, taking it easy. It's up to you if you wish to disturb him at that moment.
Can I pick up Duck and just drop Duck on his face?
Yeah.
How do you respond
Yeah, we'll
to
do
that?
Hmm?
How do you respond to that?
Immediately panicky. Like, I mean, you just put like a 3-pound goblinoid with wings onto someone's face. There's claws on their feet. It just kind of like arms, legs go out all wide, just kind of like scrambling, like, are you trying to suffocate me in a second? And I feel like the claws are like, oh god, this is gonna get bad. And then I'm like, oh, it's you. And then like still like trying to throw off and like just panic. And just like
Hi!
calming to frustration, but like, yes.
Faya's just laughing her ass off because as soon as she dropped Duck down, she stepped back.
Yeah, full Looney Tunes.
Break time's over! At some point shortly after that, you hear the vein hatch clang loud and hard, as if it slipped out of someone's hands as they were closing it. Or, more specifically, someone got very surprised by sudden news and dropped it unintentionally. Eventually,
What closed?
That was the wake-up alarm.
the main hatch.
Oh, okay.
Eventually, time comes for everyone to call it a night and go to sleep. You head up and go to the barracks like everyone else.
I throw the stink-eye to Duck as we head out.
Point at Faya.
Faya will point at Duck.
Stink-eye at Duck.
If Faya notices Duck pointing at her, she'll immediately point to Duck.
That's
No
exactly
context,
what I wanted.
No context, just point to Duck.
That's exactly what I wanted. So, unless there's anything you want to talk about during the night, we can move on to day 14.
I don't think anything interesting happened at night, so Faya's just gonna chill.
Is this the night where Rayos has the funky dream?
Yes.
Gotcha. So yeah, he's preoccupied.
That is while everyone is asleep.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome to talk about it in the morning, but that's up to you.
That would get me bandied a traitor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it would.
Rayos can be oblivious, but he's got a couple things going right.
So, you awake the next morning. It's business as usual. You go about the morning rituals, whatever those might be, and you see Frigga sort of freeze up for a moment. Huh. That's interesting.
Kind of turn to her in lockstep. And, like, a step and a half behind, like... First thing is I'm going to try and see what she's commenting on, and if I can figure out what it is. But if not, then I'm going to ask.
You would ask. There's nothing out of the ordinary visually.
Boy. Yes, then I ask.
I just got a message from Fjordar.
Nope. Immediately turns around, walks in the other direction. Hang on a second.
Rico looks confused as fuck.
Okay. He avoids, like, accidentally, like, immediately bumping into somebody. Just, like, making it even more awkward.
Rayos is doing the dash.
Goes to the mess hall and asks for alcohol. Strong.
The strongest thing we got is a cheap wine. Which now that I think about it, I think tend to run strong.
He'll take 3.
Yeah, you get your wine, but then you turn around and there's a... And Frigga's there again.
Okay, I guess I'm ready. What's the word?
Andrew, just to make sure I'm not accidentally confusing you and making you think I'm talking about someone else, who do you think Fjordar is?
Hang on, let me check my messages, because I might... You very well might be right that I'm thinking that this is someone else.
Because Fjordar and Aros Prefragna are two different people.
Oh, I know that. One of them, there's different reactions for both. He's fine with the military leader. Like, that would be functionally okay. Definitely worrying, but like...
On the other hand, baby, it's exactly what I think is going on.
This is the one you were talking about in the, lore that I think it was dropped with, the other side, right? About... Nope, that's... It's after that.
Depends on which lore you're talking about. I know I've dropped a lot of lore.
Estranged sibling.
Gotcha.
That's where my brain jumped.
I don't think I ever got a confirmation message on if he was sibling or not.
I mean, I'm willing to roll with that, but
Let's roll with it then.
yeah, estranged. Far off.
Okay, back into present then.
Yes.
He's managed to escape the city again, whatever that means, and is asking for my location so we can meet up with. So he can meet up with me. I can still.
Okay. You can reply.
And as I was coming over, Nimbus got a similar message.
Gladys out. Gladys free. That's cool. So. Yeah.
I'd like to tell him he can come here, but
Yeah. Go ahead.
okay.
We'll make it work.
Okay, she'll send that reply off. You gonna be okay?
Yep. Downs a bit more.
I'm just gonna take one of these from you and give it to a bird or something? I don't know. You take care now, okay?
Will do.
And she heads out. Presumably to go tell Hibbit. And Grassock, and all the leaders that need to know. Minus Aros.
Yeah.
Because
He realistically already knows. It's unsure how. He knows, though.
Faya, you head down to continue your work with the magic users. And Sylphas is present this time. And he seems irritated, to say the least. Very specifically the kind of irritation of, I'm frustrated at something else and now I'm taking it out on others.
Ah! Oh boy. Faya is going to try and, quietly ask, is anyone else in the lab who's not Sylvath? What do we need? What needs to be done that will keep me as far away from angry boss as possible?
Okay, you turn to ask that question, and then you just hear Sylphas go, hey!
Yeah?
And gesture for you to come over. Oh, while the person you were talking to leaves.
Okay, we'll go over to, Sofa.
You're the one that brought up the Dragonborn scientist, yes?
Yeah?
I need you to bring up another one.
We would need to offer something to my patron in order to get that body.
What you offered the first time.
A robot body.
So do it
I'm not
again!
sure he... I'll go talk with Bishi and ask him what he wants. Fate is gonna go out. And then try and, like, contact Bishi.
Yes?
My boss wants another corpse. What would you want as a trade?
Another machine seems fair. But also,
Well,
your boss is Sylphas, yes?
yeah. Yeah. He seems rather grumpy today. Not sure why.
If you can get something from him specifically, I would be very pleased, but I'll still take the automaton.
What specifically would you want from Sylvaas?
I think he'd call it a blood sample. His blood is rather unusual.
I can go ask him and let you know.
No further
Faya's
questions
gonna
about that? Okay, you go do that.
Hey,
Mortals, we gotta ask questions about that.
do I should I know why? Would I be happier knowing why you don't want the blood sample or why you want the blood sample? Would I be happier not knowing? Just a real quick question out of curiosity.
I don't think this will have any impact on your personal happiness, to be honest. I just thought you would be more questioning of it.
I mean, you are a giant. You are basically like a god-like dragon turtle being who is offering me power and also bodies in exchange for like other things. Personally, I feel like I shouldn't question that too much. And it doesn't sound like it's going to affect my personal happiness, whether I know or not, so I think I'm going to leave that knowledge.
Go get me a machine and or blood.
Kaya's going to go back to Sylvaas.
Well?
He'd like a blood sample from you, preferably, but he's willing to take another automaton.
Roll persuasion.
It's 18 plus 4.
Wait, what?
You said roll persuasion, right?
Yes?
I rolled it. It says 18 plus, and then I have a plus 4 in my persuasion.
Okay, yeah, that'll work. I guess we do need all the parts from these things as we can get. Give me a moment. And he, steps into another room for a moment. Exactly like he said. But he comes back out. He has a decent-sized vial of a glowing green liquid, much like on his token.
Faya's gonna stop for a moment. Faya's gonna stop for a second, look at it, open her mouth as if she's about to ask a question, look back at Sylvis's face, and just slowly close her mouth and go, "Cool. I'll
Take
go
the
trade
thing.
with Bishi then." Faya's gonna take the blood vial and probably head back up just so Bishi has a place to drop the body, and go offer the blood to Bishi.
What's your passive perception?
I think it's 11. Yeah, it's 11. Not very wise.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be enough. You go to the drop zone. Let's call it.
I like how we just have a drop zone now. This is where we drop the bodies. It's a regular thing that happens in life.
Yep.
Okay, And you drop the vial into the waters. And you hear Beachy's voice say, "Which one would you like?"
Oh god, what are my corpse options?
Oh,
I forgot what my corpse are.
That's
Oh,
why
there
I
they are.
pulled up this
Sorry.
map.
Took me a second for it to load.
I will note that Sylphas did specifically say scientists.
Do I know which one is a scientist?
They were all Dragonborn.
Okay. Didn't we get a Dragonborn last time?
Yes.
What color was that Dragonborn?
That one
Black.
was black.
Okay. Let's try the brass Dragonborn then, I guess.
Much like the first time. Much
Bishi is my
like the
corpse dealer.
first time you brought up the black Dragonborn, there's a geyser of water in front of you, and the copper Dragonborn's body plumps down next to you. Hang on. Odds or evens?
Odds.
That's odds. It misses duck. The condition of this one is slightly worse on account of having spent a bit longer in the ocean. But it's still whole.
Is just going to try and start bringing the body down. Or calling for help if she realizes she cannot pick up a Dragonborn corpse.
You know, Dragonborn are dense boys. You have, 8 strength?
I have 8 strength, yes.
Yeah, you need help.
Faya's gonna, Faya's gonna tell Duck, can you go down and, grab a few people who aren't Sylvis? And, ask them to help me carry the corpse down to Sylvis?
Okay.
Thanks.
And Duck will proceed to follow your exact orders, as he's supposed to do as a familiar, and run by all the physically capable looking individuals to the hatch and head down to the magic users to ask for help.
Gotta get those nerds some muscles.
You do get... People do come up to help you, and you do get the brass dragonboard down into the lab. This one will do, I suppose. Thank you.
Cool. Do you need anything else? Or am I good to, like, go help with the robot part stuff?
You can resume helping with the robot stuff.
Faye's gonna go back to, working with the robots and, staying out of Angry Boss's way.
Staying out of Angry Boss's way? Okay, you do so. Let me check something. I may need to get back to you later on this, though. Okay, this might be good. Let me just... Faya, can you roll me a perception check?
Perception?
Yes.
7 + 1.
Nothing seems out of the
It was a
ordinary.
7 + 1.
Nothing about you or your items appears out of the ordinary, and nothing has changed. Out of... From DM to player, though, I'm going to say this. Since you got Beachy the special Hexblood, he has upgraded your quarterstaff into a Rod of the Packkeeper +3.
Ooh.
Ooh. You said the +3 one?
Yep. You failed to notice the new wave pattern on either ends of the quarterstaff.
In a bonus. I should probably put that in my inventory.
It also functions as your quarterstaff if you ever want to bunk.
Oh god. I hate D&D Beyond.
While you're doing that, Reyes, what are you up to?
Okay, so Reyes is...
I would assume flying
Sorry.
the dragon, but...
Yeah. He's gonna make a bad decision and do that. And...
Oh no, now I'm
Just
worried
kinda-
about your bad decision.
Well... No, he's gonna go for the dragon. He's gonna kind of... Hmm. He is going to go for the dragon, but he does want to try something first.
Okay.
This could be very stupid.
Okay.
So the automatons,
Yes.
they had power sources similar to the dragon's gem, right?
I'd say so.
Or were those
A
all
few of them
removed?
certainly seem to.
Okay. I want to try and remove one of them.
I don't even know if you'd have to do that. They've already removed them and, like, set them on a table where the individual parts are grouped together.
Okay. Fantastic. So I'm going to pull up my rifle, and out of the stock in the back, I'm going to remove the red gemstone that gives that upon flipping it kind of cuts the finger a little bit and allows for the extra fire damage on hits.
How big is that gem?
It's not that big. Maybe about like 3 fingernails. Like maybe about it's oval in shape, probably about inch and 3/4 by about 2 1/4 or something about that range. It's not super big, but it's got
Serrated
it's a
edges
nice
so you
little
can
piece
cut
there.
yourself easier.
Yeah, just enough for like 1, 2, 3, 4 points of damage, that sort of thing.
Okay. I'm just.
Is the power source big enough to fit into the small gap that would be left by removing that gem?
They are too big.
Okay.
These power sources are Tony Stark arc reactor sized.
Gotcha. Okay.
Maybe slightly smaller, but about that size. They're similar, nonetheless, but...
Yeah. So, I'll detach the bump stock from my rifle, which, sure. And is there like a spare arm?
Of a robot? Yes.
Yep. Okay. So, I'll take the arm and kind of jam it in the place where the bump stock was, just as an experiment. And since that's mostly just sort of to cushion and such, and so the hand is sort of up against the shoulder, if I could open up sort of where the arm is and kind of insert the power source there, I'd like to try.
I mean... whatever sort of contraption you're trying to make technically fits together, but the rifle is not taking the power.
Okay. So I'll just kind of reconnect the rifle to the way it was. Interesting experiment. How many power sources are there left over for these individuals?
7, I guess.
Okay. Is there a way to rig it into an explosive?
Now that you could definitely figure out easier. Yes. Are we gonna make some bombs again?
We're gonna try.
Okay. Sylvanas will just straight up take one of them away from you. So now you have 6 to work with.
Mm-hmm.
Any kind of takes a second to glare at you before turning away and taking away the power source.
Okay. I'm trying to think how Rayos would go about trying to do this. Because the annoying thing about this is, it seems very stable.
Yes.
And so...
Because at the end of the day, these are essentially magical gemstones. With some clockwork flair.
They're even stealing our designs.
This is their own design. What are you talking about?
The gemstone. That's us.
That is true.
They're putting us out of business with their robots. So. I'm holding a device in my hand.
Uh-huh.
Which generation arc reactor are we talking about?
How would I know?
Are there any identifiable areas where, like, an expendable source could be inserted into it, or does it have like a kind of continual piece on the inside that seems to glow and kind of have the gemstone thing?
Are you asking if something plugs into it / it plugs into something else?
Yes. Does something plug into it?
I think it would be more apt to say it plugs into something else, but it does have attachment points.
Okay. That's the more stable one. Okay. So, Rayos has no idea what he's doing, and he cannot figure out a way to try and overload this. Yeah. So he'll just set it back down and head out to try and fly with the dragon a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, energy explosives are much harder to work with.
I don't think Rayos has that kind of intelligence.
He doesn't. He wanted to try, but he doesn't.
Okay, I'll be back, guys.
Okay.
I have returned.
Okay.
Everything's good. I just got food.
Nice.
Very.
Yeah.
So,
Gonna go
dragon.
flying with the dragon. And...
Can you make me a perception check?
Gonna keep it mostly underneath the aviary.
Underneath it, okay.
Nobody kind of flying around above sort of stuff.
Bless you?
I'm sure he sees the... Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, had a hiccup there.
Ah.
I'm sure he sees the plume of water as it goes up, but
Yep.
not really. It probably sprays the dragon a bit, and no harm really comes, but...
I mean, that's not what this perception check was for. But I don't. You didn't make it.
Sorry, I did not make a perception check. I just rolled a d20.
Oh.
I just rolled a d20, and I was just like, does the water spout hit him, and does it, like, cause damage or anything? Or, like, I don't know. Let me go ahead and actually get that information to roll a perception check. I stopped thinking for a half a second there. Perception is +6. So... That's better.
Yeah!
Oh my.
Okay! You did not need to do that good.
I know I didn't have to, but Albert chose for me to do that. I wish it wasn't that, like... Why is my dice like this? Just why?
Yes.
Like, I'm not complaining, but also, why?
But also I am. Reyes. As you walk into the room with Brass Blaze, you notice a sense of excitement in the room. Like someone you know just spotted you from across the room, and you both know you're going to have a great time together. But you're alone.
Okay.
It's only you and a dragon.
I don't like that. That went from a great feeling to a really annoying one. No one else in here, is there?
No. Just you and a dragon.
And this is before I take it out?
Correct.
Okay. Head up to the pilot seat, then.
Okay.
Oh.
I was about to make a joke.
Oh, okay.
Turns around and leaves.
Yeah.
But
I'll head up to the pilots.
Up to the pilot's seat you go. And your flight is Normal.
I do want to try something.
Okay, you've already said that,
Once
but
again,
go on.
this is something that could either be brilliant or stupid. I want to try and do a dive into the water where the Bishi spout shoots the corpse up.
Where's...
I want to see how this thing works, or if I even can. Like, is it a teleportation from another plane? Is it you just dive down and, like, is there a permeable barrier that you can fly through or send something through either way?
Andrew, I'm going to need several rolls from you.
Oh boy. Okay. Does this seem like something that the blaze could handle being with water? Because if it wouldn't be, I wouldn't do that first. That's the only thing I would say. Like, it is clockwork, so it might.
Nothing about this thing screams amphibious.
Okay.
At most, the wings might be waterproofed, but that's about it.
Okay, then if it would involve diving deep into the water, he would know better than to try and do that.
Okay, I might not need those rolls from you after all. If you're not going to dive into the beachy geyser.
He's really curious. He really wants to try. But, like, he can't risk the super secret big found weapon to do that.
I'm going to play into this. As you're having these thoughts about entering the geyser and seeing if it's a portal to another plane, a voice in your mind just says, no, terrible idea, no. And you realize that was not your own voice?
Yeah.
And it's not something you recognize either?
That makes me even more curious.
All it says is no.
Not someone I recognize. It's not. I mean, it's gotta be. Well.
Anything else? Yes.
How long does the geyser last?
Only a few seconds.
Okay.
At the most, 2. It's very quick.
Okay. Yeah, I can't do anything with that. Dang. really cool.
You could try talking to the warlock that summoned it.
Yeah. Okay. When the flight is over, I...
For clarification, that was also not the DM. That was also the
Oh,
new voice in your head.
Oh. Uh... Hmm. Okay, that confirms my suspicions, then.
What are your suspicions?
After the flight, Brass is gonna head towards Faya and ask if anyone's ever sent something through the geyser when Bishi sends something from her realm. If it's a two-way thing, like you can... Like, we'll send something just down into the ocean and kind of assume that it gets there. But, like, this is something that is directly coming from their realm. Can we send something into there as well? Just out of sheer curiosity.
Like, just throw it into the geyser itself?
Or, like, head down into the water from where the geyser is originating and just kind of pass through that area as well, that it's coming through. But yeah.
I'm not sure about, like, if you wanted to go dive into a geyser, if you'd end up in Bishi's realm. I mean, like, okay. So I throw, like, robot bodies off as an offering to Bishi. It usually ends up in Bishi's realm. Or, like, the vial of blood that I had to give earlier.
This is
Vial of
news.
Usually ends up in Bishi.
That's news to
Anyway,
you.
usually ends up in Bishi's realm. But that's also, like, Bishi's aware of that it's being offered. I don't think we've tried throwing any living person into the ocean as an offering to Bishi. I'm not entirely sure if Bishi wants a living person as an offering.
Are you
I
having
guess
this conversation out in or outside of New Evieri? Just
I'll
genuinely.
let you say, just because it's wherever I would find you.
Faya's been helping with the robots.
Okay, as you were then.
I mean, do you want me to ask my patron?
I was just curious.
I mean, I can climb upstairs quickly and go ask Bishi if we can visit his realm by hopping in the geyser. Is that a thing you need me to ask?
I mean, it would be cool. Maybe. Right?
I don't know if I really wanted to. I can just, like, meditate and try and ask, and I usually, like, can see part of his realm. Like, not, I don't think physically, but, you know. I can go
Are you
ask
able to
for
go to
you.
other realms like that? Or just, like, all of them, or just that one?
Usually just Bishi's because, you know, Bishi's my patron, so I have, like, that connection. Makes it easier to talk, usually.
Something that might
And
be
this is something that's, like... Oh, good.
Something that might be relevant that you would know, Faya, is that Bichi's realm also serves as an afterlife for his warlocks and any other worships of him.
I mean, I think the closest I will ever physically, like, well, not even physically, closest I've ever known about without, like, asking, hey, can I, like, go dump a body in the ocean and, like, send it to you without it being dead, is, like, it also does kind of serve as, like, where I will be going when I die.
Are there other I mean, there have to be. If have you heard of any other of these sort of afterlives?
I mean, I feel. What does Faya know about afterlives and religion and/or things with other warlocks? Out of
I think
character.
I'm going to need you both to roll me religion checks now that I think about it.
Natural 20 plus 1.
I have a plus one as well.
Only on the unimportant things.
Okay.
16 plus 1 for 17.
Okay, we're gonna start with Faya.
Yeah.
Faya. You know that generally every Warlock patron has either their own plane or their own area of a plane. So, for example, a Fiend Warlock might have their Warlock patron might have their own section of a Circle of Hell. An Archfey might have their own section of the Feywild. It's down to individual patrons if that plane or plane section becomes a warlock becomes an afterlife for their patrons. Warlocks, a lot of keywords I'm messing up.
It's okay.
Basically, it's down to the Warlock patron if their plane or section of plane becomes an afterlife for the people that are taking power from them. In Bishi's case, you have a choice of either going to his afterlife or whichever afterlife you're destined to, because he does not own your soul. Warlock patrons that do take the soul as part of their Warlock contract might force that, though. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, Faya will probably relay this knowledge to Reyes as well.
Is Bishi always in that realm?
I mean, his personal pocket of his realm, or like in general?
In general.
Before we stray too far, Reyes, I also had to make a roll.
Yes. 17 was the total.
Yes, you get to thinking about afterlives and all that, and your mind kind of wanders back to that dream you had the previous night.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the tree he was beginning to bark down. Have you ever heard of a realm that was empty?
Like, completely empty?
Like, no giant dragon, turtle, whale thing, no big demon lord, no conniving trickster of the wilds, like, just empty.
Has Faya ever heard of one like that?
When you say empty, Reyes, what exactly do you mean by that?
No patron.
Yes.
I mean, There are probably realms without patrons. Like, species thing, I think, is like just a little section of a plane where he rules. But like outside of his little section, there probably aren't patrons running about owning the whole area. I mean, they might have like other patrons if they exist, like within that area, might have their own corners, but like a general thing. You know, like how kind of like how our capital has like the royal family there, but then like outside of it, there's not a royal family there, but it's still like part of the realm as a general statement.
Have you ever heard of a land of crazy iridescent wildflowers?
Um,
Faya, I'm
not
going
off
to leave that one up to you.
not off the top of my head. The only place I could think of would maybe be the Feywild, but like I've never been there.
Those flowers
I'm
weren't
a,
iridescent, by the way.
I can only guess maybe Feywild, just 'cause like Fey and flowers and nature and stuff. But like, no, not personally have any knowledge of it.
Have you met anyone here who has any connections to wild lands beyond our own, other than, well, you? I
Um,
mean, I know Hivid has his goop arm, but so that's got to be a magical connection to something. Or, but like, it seems a bit too goopy for what I'm thinking of.
um,
It
Fey would
wasn't
like to.
originally, but now it is goopy.
Fey will just sort of like gesture over to the head of the arcane tower. I mean, I've mostly spoken to you, but the head of the arcane tower is like right over there, and they might know. Otherwise, I can go upstairs and ask Bishi some of your questions.
Let's ask the Reborn about afterlives.
I'm gonna do a little bit of experimenting first. I want to try and do a bit of an inquiry on my own, but thanks. Thank you.
Alright, just let me know if you want me to ask Bishi something, I guess.
Maybe tomorrow.
Bishi
Alright.
would answer.
We love Bishi.
Bishi's great.
Bishi is like, yeah, good warlock patron.
I love non-evil warlock patrons.
Isn't Bishi just like a neutral figure of, hey, water, yay?
Yeah, Bishi's basically an ocean god. Like, this also
Hey,
might be
water,
relevant
yay.
to the conversation. Bishi's plane is specifically located somewhere between the material plane and the elemental plane of water, but it's its own little pocket dimension separate from both.
Okay.
Okay.
It's the eternal reef. 'Tis infinite.
Huh.
Anyways, will there be anything else?
Rex is gonna go grab a sandwich.
You get a sandwich? Good sandwich. Little dry, but good.
Okay.
If it's present, if you really want to talk to him.
Um, is there anyone who's looking like they're specifically looking for me, or?
Not today. At this moment, or...
Yep. Just in general.
No.
Okay. And Reyes is going to try and head to bed a little bit on the earlier side.
Okay, this could be interesting. Faya, is there anything you'd like to do? I'd say it's around this point you discovered the new wave and water motif on your quarterstaff.
How
Before
is
it was
robot
pretty
reconstruction?
generic. I'm sorry, go ahead.
How is the robot reconstruction going?
Fantastic.
Woohoo! What time would you say it is for Faya?
Let's say 4 o'clock-ish. It's hard to gauge time down here.
That's fair. They shoved all the nerds in a hole.
7 o'clock.
Aside from that weird conversation with Reyes, I'll probably just keep working, and then after dinner time, probably start looking more at the quarterstaff with the new designs on it.
It's pretty. But unless you're above ground, above New Aviary,
I meant like
comment on it.
Oh no, I meant more like whenever it gets closer to dinner time,
Oh,
when Faya
so
goes
you
back
would
up
be
to
up
go get
there.
her.
Okay.
Yeah, to go get her sandwich for dinner, and then
It's all they have sandwiches.
after eating the sandwich, we are an army of sandwiches.
Consider that a little treat for getting me something a little special.
I ask, why blood green? I think blood is usually red.
Roll persuasion.
If you were talking at all, I did not hear anything.
Roll persuasion.
Ah, okay. 4 plus 4.
Perhaps you'd be better off getting an answer from the man you got it from. He would give a better
Fair
answer
enough.
than I would.
That's fair. No, that's fair. That is also that guy's blood. Probably ask him about the blood if I want to know about it. Oh yeah, hey Bishi, question.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a place with like, I think Rhea said iridescent flowers or something? I think he was talking about other planes, but I don't know.
I really need to emphasize those flowers are not iridescent.
Did he still say iridescent flowers when he was asking, or is
Andrew,
it just...
did Rhea still perceive those flowers as iridescent?
He would have probably...
At most, they might
He would have definitely emphasized wildflowers. But, like, bright colors, under the sun, it's bright out. You can kind of get a little bit of color light around them, just sort of in the air. It felt iridescent to him. And also, Rayos isn't exactly the most reliable source. So, he definitely said it, but he probably didn't emphasize it. Or, in his delivery, wouldn't have emphasized it as much.
Okay. Some place with like a bunch of wild, like specifically wildflowers that are like super colorful, iridescent-ish maybe, but like just wildflowers, bright sun, stuff like that. I I don't know. That's what I had it described to me as.
One moment. Okay. That does ring a bell, but at the same time, I may need more specifics than just field of bright flowers.
That's fair. I was
There's
asked about it
multiple
earlier.
planes that would have such a description.
That's fair. I was asked about it earlier when we were down underground. It was like I think Reyes also asked something along the lines of like a place that is empty-ish, I guess.
I just got a tornado warning.
Um, do you need to go shelter?
I'll see if the rest of the fam does. We shall see. It'll probably
Oh my
be
god.
fine.
Bishi reacted with a sandwich in the Discord.
Simply a plane that does not have someone like me overseeing it.
I guess so. Yeah.
I've narrowed it down to elemental plane of Earth, a demi-plane that might be around that. Or the gardens.
What are the gardens?
Afterlife realm, one of...
Fair enough. Cool. Possibly unrelated question. If we hopped in your geyser, would we end up in your plane?
Yes, but there's no guarantee you would survive.
That's fair. Hold on,
That
give me a second. I'm being called. I've got to quickly step out. I am being called for dinner.
Okay.
See y'all.
Let's see ya.
Okay.
I don't have a name for this afterlife realm.
Oh no.
used fantasy name generators to come up with some inspiration, but I never actually committed to anything.
In my mind, I feel like it's sort of like a family, like a version of his family's land there that's just sort of like saturation pumped up to the max. But like, I don't know.
I don't know how much this confirms or denies it, but his family were farmers. Are farmers.
I remember that because Rhea specifically said he wasn't going to. He was going to like avoid that area. That they were farmers on the ground towards the middle of the continent, like not off of Ventheim, but like basically like square in the middle of everything.
I'm gonna have... Faya stepping... Sorry, go ahead.
Is it like super windy or rainy out there, or just with the tornado warning, or is it like super normal?
It's just striking me as normal hard rain at the moment.
Okay. I mean, that's good.
Like, it just seems like storm at the moment.
Okay. Did it say like kind of when the tornado warning would be in effect till, or?
Actually, I didn't pay attention to that. Which sounds really dumb to say. It'll be...
You're good.
It'll be on Google. Okay. Google says tornado watch, which is
That's better.
Valid until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Okay. That's a bit away.
Feels like a hell of an estimation.
There might be a tornado sometime within the next 5 hours. Who really knows? We certainly don't. Last updated 40 minutes ago from the National Weather Service.
Lights seem to be flickering.
Like house lights? Like power or just
House lights.
lightning?
Okay, this is better. Until 7:45.
That's much. Yeah.
And severe thunderstorms. So So,
Everything been going well today?
yeah, been a slow day, and thankful for that.
Yeah. Is it not a cloud in the sky, nor a drop on the ground right now? Like, what in the... Thanks, Ohio.
At least we're not Detroit. I don't know why that came to mind. I think that's for Ohio.
Detroit?
I know Detroit's not in Ohio.
There's a couple of Detroits, I think. I know it's in Michigan. Okay. I knew there was a Detroit, Illinois, but it's just saying like it's a small town. Like it's like a village that's like 83 people, and I don't know why I know that that's a thing. I know it's a city in Michigan.
Sounds like my town.
It didn't autocomplete. It's just like Detroit, Illinois is a village in Pike County, Illinois. The population was 83 at the 2010 census, a decline from 93 in 2000. So...
Something has to have happened there for it to appear on autocomplete.
Detroit, Michigan's the one that everyone knows. It's just... rusty. I love one of the top questions on Google about Detroit is, why would anyone go to Detroit?
Well, what does it say?
As the home of Motown and the birthplace of techno, Detroit is ready for any music lover's taste. But it's talking about the one in Michigan. It's ignoring all of the stuff. I have to start employing my Google tricks. Where you guys start quotation marks and... Wow, it's really just ignoring everything.
Wow.
Google does not want you to find out about Detroit, Illinois. No zip codes here.
No zip codes here. No mail for you. Wait, I found one. We're good. Population 73.
It's still going down.
Weather 80 degrees Fahrenheit, 27 Celsius. Winds 57% humidity.
That sounds like today. It would be nice if we could, like... I mean, like, terraforming is a thing, but, like, if we could, instead of globally warm, like, just, like, globally kind of heat up to the point where it's just spring all the time instead of hot. Like...
Globally kind of heat up.
Yeah, like, globally microwave, not oven.
Oh, I don't think you get to choose.
I mean, it's true.
Unfortunately. This microwave runs on coal and fossil fuels.
Yep.
Anyway, in the time we've been waiting, I came up with a name for that fucking afterlife, so...
Okay.
Bonus...
Oh, please tell me it's not Detroit.
It's not Detroit!
Erebus is stranded in Detroit.
It's a fate worse than death. Top 2 fates worse than death in D&D. Eaten by Lich. Stranded in Detroit.
That sounds about right.
I hope no one from Detroit can't watches this video.
We like you. We like you, Detroit, Michigan, but the 76 in Detroit, Illinois, we're on the fence about.
Yeah, it's Detroit, Illinois we make the jokes about.
Obviously.
There it is. You can tell it's in Illinois. There's a cow. Cost of living 28.5% lower. They want people to come.
Please come. Please.
Our population is dying.
Oh boy, that's a graph.
Is it a population graph?
It's one of them, yeah. It's... like, it wouldn't look so bad, but due to the scaling, it's not great. Nine people.
God, it really just falls off there, doesn't it?
Like 1 year, 9 people left, and it really hit hard.
What is happening in Detroit, Illinois?
I was looking at okay. The first sentence of bestplaces.net's description of it is: living in Detroit, Illinois is a unique experience.
Unique is a nice way of putting it. Let's just be honest there.
It is an industrial city full of vibrant culture and exciting attractions. The people are friendly and welcoming, and the city has a strong sense of community. There are plenty of parks, museums, and other places to explore.
I'm starting to think that's all there is.
The cuisine is diverse, as you can find everything from traditional American fare to international dishes. The cost of living is low compared to other cities, making it an affordable place to live. Overall, Detroit is an interesting place with lots to do and explore, perfect for both new residents and lifelong locals alike.
I love the description of it has American food and international. As if everywhere in the fucking United States doesn't have that.
Yep, but that's like really high up in their description. It's really high up. Like, you can get food here.
From who?
Hang on, let's see.
Industrial
Let's see
city.
what food there is.
Let's see what food there is, yes. It's either all chains or all ho-dunk little places you'd find in like a strip mall.
Got it.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh no, that's usually good stuff. Oh boy.
I'm gonna Google Detroit, Illinois attractions.
Yeah.
The river.
That's... yes.
There's a riverfront. Oh, that's the wrong Detroit.
Okay, so they've got a library. Which, hell yeah. And the only pin that's lighting up here is for Detroit Dairy Delight, an ice cream shop, with 5-star reviews from 11 people.
It's a hole-in-the-wall ice cream shop. We have those around here too. That's all we care about here. Cows.
What building is this? Oh, that's a church.
Okay.
Here, let's see what the library's like. Oh. Okay.
Oh, they have a Wikipedia page. Wow, this image looks like every small town I live around. Including my own. History.
I am genuinely curious. What is the history?
Detroit was laid out in 1837, taking its name after Detroit, Michigan. A post office was established at Detroit in 1845 and remained in operation until the 1970s. That's it.
Riveting.
According to the 2010 census, Detroit has a total area of 0.24 square miles, 0.62 kilometers.
Ooh.
All land. Historical population, it goes down more than it goes up.
Okay.
In 1870, they had 160,
That's
which I feel is about the size of my small town now.
good.
Oh, as of the 2000 census, there were 93 people, 37 households, and 21 families.
Okay.
Okay, so the population isn't going down because it's all old people.
That's
Which
fantastic.
Which is what I was starting to think.
Yeah. Because the thing that was worrying me was like, in order to have enough genetic diversity for a sustainable community, you have to have like 150 something people. I think it's like 155.
There is no genetic diversity to be found in this town.
Yeah. There is a lot of corn.
That's just Illinois
Where's
for
that
you,
meat?
man.
Yeah.
As of the total 37 households, 27% included children under the age of 18.
Okay. Is there a school in the area?
Let's see. Wikipedia doesn't say.
Uh-huh. Is this a barn or? I mean, that's gotta be.
The answer is
a
probably
massive garage.
yes. Ah, a map quest. Eurybus isn't stuck in Detroit, Michigan. He's trapped in Detroit, Illinois.
Oh, that's a second church right across the street from the other church.
I assume slightly different religions, but
One was Christian and one was Methodist, so kinda.
yeah, no, that's about what I was thinking. I bet there's a church rivalry.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay, map quest highlights. If we have something called Midwest Snowy, which appears to be a traveling snow cone cart for a fair that doesn't even look like it's part of the town permanently.
Okay.
We have a Subway.
Hey.
We have a cafe and bakery, which actually has about 3.5 stars.
That's not bad.
And we have a Mexican restaurant. Is this the right Detroit?
I'm...
I think it is. Up, up. Tourist attractions in Detroit, Illinois. Center for American Archaeology.
Oh.
4 stars, 1 review.
Gotta know what the... Does it say, like, what the review says, or is it just, like, 4 stars? It was totally fine.
Hang on, I'm going down that rabbit hole.
How have I heard of this town?
Where's the review, Yelp? There it is. Nice place to stop and take your kids, make arrowheads, see some artifacts, and take a walk down the creek and learn some information from the knowledgeable people who work there.
Okay.
That was 13 years ago.
Hey. That's still
What else
4
we got?
stars. What's this building here? Is this the cult compound?
Is
It
this the
totally
cult?
looks like it could be. Nope, this is just a guy's farm.
I mean, that could go either way.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Sneezes. You know, I think the storm is starting to die down, actually, too. Yeah, it's definitely getting better.
Okay, that's good. Ooh, wait. Is this mountains or hills? Or is it... Oh, it's just the remnants of deforestation.
Ah.
It looked so much cooler on Google Maps, though.
Just a remnants. Oh, what's that? Yeah, that seems right. That's the library?
I mean... That's what it looks like.
It looks like an Old West general store. Okay, is this actually Detroit, Illinois? No, it is not. You lied to me. That's O'Fallon. Of course
what?
you lie.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello, welcome
Hello.
back.
There we go.
We took a trip to Detroit, Illinois.
Euripus went there. We gotta get him out.
I mean, I thought Erebus led a good enough life to not be sent to Illinois. Damn. I see he was not as good of a character as I thought he was. He's very bad, man, if he went to Illinois. As the Iowan.
No, the Illinoisan approves. The Illinoisan so much approves.
Okay. Wait, what is the demonym for Illinois and Iowa? Like what?
Iowan?
Like, Iowan. Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Look, this Iowan says that Illinois is basically just knockoff Iowa.
Let's see if there's... I don't know if we have any, really. Illinoisan?
Okay. Because I know Ohio is Ohioan, but there's also you could just be a Buckeye. Because
Buckeye
OSU.
State.
Yeah.
I don't think that would work for Iowa because Iowa is weird in that we have like 3 major colleges and they're all named Iowa of some kind. And one of those Iowa colleges has taken Hawkeyes as their mascot. The thing is, we're the Hawkeye state.
Mm.
But I can't say I'm a fan of the Hawkeyes themselves, so I'd have to call myself an Iowan.
Anyway, shall we get right back into it?
Sure thing.
So, Faya. You were talking to Beachy about the plane Rayos described to you. And Beachy basically narrowed it down to elemental plane of Earth or a demi-plane near that. A section of the Feywild. Or the afterlife known as... Let's hope I can pronounce this word out loud as well as I can in my head. Olimeria, the Imprian Gardens, that's what he's narrowed it down to. Let me write that in.
I'm curious if I got my spelling correctly, so I'm gonna wait until you send it.
All right, this is off topic to the campaign. I know you said you went to Illinois. I'm now just seeing the Welcome Hunters in Mountain Dew.
Andrew, why is there an umlaut?
Thought there might be an umlaut.
I never use accent marks.
Okay, so I was close. Nice.
No, you leave that there.
Don't hide it. Don't hide it.
That's what BT says it could be. But without more specifics, he can't narrow it down further. Anything you'd like to say in response to that?
No. Cool.
Why do you ask?
So we got Rayos was asking about it. Rayos had a lot of questions actually, like down when we were in the lab thing. One of them being, if we hop in your geyser, would we be taken to your
I
to the Eternal Reef?
That's what you asked of me before you had to go eat a sandwich.
Yes, the sandwich was ready. The cafeteria called. It was very important.
It's risky. It does open a portal. Theoretically, you could enter my realm, but you'd have to get through quickly, or risk the portal closing when you're only partway through.
Closing while we're partway through doesn't sound good.
No. And you'd also likely end up underwater. You'd be fine, but I don't think your friend Rayos would.
No, probably not. Well, I mean, I think that was like most of the questions Rayos asked, apart from like how the afterlife works for a warlock, but I think I was able to answer that one. Actually, I'm not sure why he was asking those questions.
I may not know that much regarding this matter, but I do know this. You're Tevngardians. You're not going to stay in an afterlife for long the first time.
Yeah, there is also that. I think that was most of my questions. Also, thank you for the little wave decor on the quarterstaff.
I think you'll find it
I like
quite
it.
useful.
Probably will. We are someday, eventually, apparently, going to start a war.
I'll be watching.
Faya's just going to munch on her sandwich now.
Faya, could you roll me a perception check?
Ah, yes, perception. Something Faya is totally good at. 9 + 1.
That's a 10. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't notice it.
10.
You'll know what you didn't notice in just a moment, though, so...
I'm sure it's fine.
After dinner, towards sundown, I'd say this is right when Reyes thinks I'm going to head to bed early. A small airship starts approaching New Aviary.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Faya, you got anything to...
Faya, does Faya notice this one?
Yes. Mostly
Faya's
because someone
just...
points it out to you.
Faya will probably ask the person who's pointing it out to her, is that one also one of ours, or should we be concerned?
Yes,
or...
we got another spy coming in.
Okay. I mean, Faya will probably watch it approach then.
Yeah, everyone gathers to see the ship approach. Where are you?
So this is later in the day, right?
Yes.
Like, but not quite night.
Sundown?
Okay, because Reyes was gonna try and head to rest earlier.
Yeah,
but...
I did specifically say this is about when Reyes starts to head to that.
Okay, so he'd probably be like outside by the barracks. Not gonna make a huge deal about moving forward, just kind of watch from afar.
The airship in question flies to the docks, stops, and the pilot starts walking out and towards the main part of camp. The main new aviary. It's good to be surrounded by allies again. Does anybody have a blank book they don't mind not seeing anymore?
Nope.
I have no books.
What do you all do? I could keep going, but I want to know what you guys are doing.
Do we know who this person is?
Reyes does.
Keeping watch from afar.
Frigga and Nemes do.
And this guy shouted out about asking about a book.
Yes.
Faya's response is, I don't have a book, and then she'll pick up duck. I have a duck.
Nice familiar. And he, turns towards you, and when he does, you notice, a blood stain on his abdomen.
You have, prestidigitation. You've got some blood on your clothing.
It's It's fine. I've been through worse. Nemes, you're not gonna believe this. The same trick worked twice. And Nemes does chuckle in response. Which is not something you hear often. Especially recently. He's going to start walking around.
Duck inside the
Reading
barracks.
People. Bro hugs Nemes. Really could use a book. A wizard without a spell book is just sad.
There. Does it help to... Were there books downstairs?
There were books downstairs.
Say I'll just call out to the, wizard weirdo. There might be some books downstairs. I'm not sure if they're empty.
Could someone check?
Hey, Doc, do you want to go look for an empty book?
Oh. Okay. Downstairs?
Yeah.
Dives down. Hatch. Faya, you hear some light conversations, and Hivit and Fyodor start heading towards the barracks. Do you do anything else?
Faye is occupied trying to process whatever the hell is happening.
Yeah, so is Reyes.
Hmm.
This may get awkward. These are our makeshift barracks. Make yourself at home. How many tanks? Oh. Hello.
Greetings. Welcome to these quarters. Pat on the shoulder.
Thank you.
Been busy?
Yes. You?
Sorta. It's been a lot of stuff here. Small army, big war, accidental explosions.
You say small army. I saw the armada coming in. And that's not even mentioning the blockade that's been formed around the northern coast of Ventheim.
We got a plan.
It's our own blockade, Reyes.
There's sandwiches in the mess hall.
Ooh, wonderful. What kind? Okay.
Meat and cheese.
Could you at all be more specific? I'm going to take that as a no.
Oh, that's because...
Oh.
Decided to stop working.
What?
I don't know why I'm able to talk still. It was just like saying it was completely disconnected. That doesn't make sense.
Oh, that's weird.
But now it's normal again because it's, connected.
Okay. I just thought you didn't want to talk to this guy.
I saw a progress bar loading on Owlbear the entire time.
So he asked what kind? Meat and cheese?
Oh,
Could you at all be more
cheese.
specific? Could you at all be more specific, please?
Ham and provolone with some dressings.
Sounds wonderful.
You see that there's a small container that just has half a sandwich left over on one of the bunks that he was looking at.
Is that Reyes's?
Like, unmade. Like, it's assumed to be.
He'll go to the mess hall. Come along, Faya. Well, I don't know if you actually want to be here for this, but I think maybe you should be here for this. Well...
Mess hall serves popcorn?
What about popcorn?
I was jokingly out of character, but Faya should just ask if there's popcorn in the mess hall.
There is not.
Damn.
They weren't stocked for drama.
You should always be stocked for drama.
How'd it go?
Fine. Picks up the sandwich from the bed.
Okay.
Yeah, What class is he?
He is a wizard.
Interesting. Okay.
More specifically, a wizard of spell singing? Sword singing?
Blade singing?
Blade singing.
Okay.
I panicked a little there because I couldn't think of the exact word, and I tried to check his character sheet, and I didn't write down the subclass.
Ah.
But yeah, Blade Singing Wizard, who has recently lost his spellbook.
That's quite bad, given how the only spells you have that are fixed in your mind are cantrips.
Okay, I don't know. I didn't see that rule. So I've been running it as the only spells fixed in the mind are the ones you had before your spell scroll is lost.
Oh.
So it's slightly better.
Yeah, no, that's why Jacob had to make an entire new... Well, not had to. Decided to just in case once he passed like 100 spells. Because if he ever lost it, it's just like, you got cantrips.
Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to run with my ruling going forward for this campaign.
Fair enough.
We're nearing the end of it anyway. So, are you gonna be alright?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. If you ever wanna talk about, well, anything, we're all here for you.
Good to know. Happy to. Thanks.
And I think with that, they recognize how awkward they're being, and you're being, and leave. Well,
Fair.
Faya, it's your choice if you'll leave.
Faya will probably also leave.
It's too awkward.
Slides out the back, crosses the island on his own, goes down the hatch, and finishes the sandwich. And probably kicks up for the night on the couch underneath the island.
All of that to avoid Fjordar. Is there anything else either of you would like to do before the day ends? Reyes, I think you had something planned, which is why you were going to bed early.
Yeah, gotta try something.
Faya, what you got going on?
Stuck back with a book.
Yes. I got something!
You got a book?
I got a book!
Alright. Is the book an empty book?
Yes.
Cool. Now we can go to the guy who was asking about an empty book. Let's go off to go look for the wizard.
Mess hall. Sandwich.
Faya's off to go find a man eating a sandwich.
And chips. Like, straight up sandwich, Lay's potato chips, water. He's good.
And go, here, we found an empty book.
Ah, fantastic. Now to write down everything again. That's always fun.
Yep, okay. Faya will then just stand there awkwardly for a few more minutes, or for a few more seconds, and then just leave.
See you around?
Probably we're all stuck on the same small island.
Name's Fyodor, what's yours?
Faya, this is Duck.
Hi.
Quick rundown. Don't jump in the geyser that gives us bodies every so often.
The what?
And we have my patron is a dragon, is an ocean god equivalent thing. We get bodies from him sometimes if we trade with him. And then he gives us the bodies through a geyser. Don't jump in the geyser. Probably a bad idea. Probably would die.
Okay, I won't.
Downstairs there's a bunch of robot bodies.
What?
Robot bodies downstairs. Also robot dragon downstairs. We don't have dibs on the robot dragon, so...
Excuse me? Picks up sandwich, picks up chips, rushes
Pretty sure Reyes has dibs on the dragon.
rushes out, heads downstairs.
Hey Duck, do you think we should follow him?
No, most people don't know what a robot is. You just said gibberish to this man.
I'm sure he understood the word dragon.
He understood the word dragon. He definitely understood the word dragon.
Oh, don't worry, we just have a dragon in the basement. Faya's gonna follow after the guy. Just follow after him, see where he goes.
Reyes, as you're trying to fall asleep in the lounge,
Bang.
from somewhere within the under of New Aviary, you just hear an echoey, "What the fuck?"
I just made someone stay.
I'm going to assume you closed the dragon door.
Oh, yeah.
Every time. So yes,
Yes.
he is referring to the automatons. Oh, hello, Sylphas. It's been a while. And I guess they're gonna catch up. No, come back over here. You said you followed him down.
I wasn't sure where to put Faya after I followed him down.
I feel like Reyes' tag keeps getting longer. Nope, it's the same length.
Okay. I also thought it got longer. And I went back over to read it and it's like, nope, okay, still the same words.
It's changed twice. Well, this is the second tag.
Avoiding responsibilities, contacting other planes to avoid family trauma, accidentally dealing with trauma with a gun.
It's fine. Everything is fine. We're normal.
This is a standard adventuring party.
There's no further incident, hopefully for the rest of the night, so you can go to sleep, Rayos, and do whatever it is you were trying to do. Unless, Faya, you have more to do with your daughter.
No, once they seem to be, like, catching up, that seems like a private thing that, Faya doesn't want any part of. She got her amusement out of watching a guy go, what the fuck?
What the...
She'll probably just head back up and, either start getting ready to sleep, or just, like, actually, no, she'd probably just stay up to, like, watch the ocean waves for a bit before going to bed. We'd go back up, though.
Okay, in that case, Rayos, what is it that you're trying to do?
Curiosity. Who's the bard and warlock in this chamber?
People Silfast brought with him.
Okay, so this chamber's occupied, is what you're saying.
I think there's a wizard in the corner, too.
There is a wizard in the corner.
Huh. Okay, upon realizing that this is occupied...
They don't care if you stay. You pilot the dragon. You have rights. You have privileges.
You know what? This is my couch now.
Take the warlock off the couch.
I'll take the floor.
And the warlock sleep in the bathtub.
I'll take the floor. I never got rid of the dead mimic. It's your couch now.
Going to try and go to sleep.
Okay. You go to sleep.
And try and do the whole focused meditation on the plane of wildflowers. See if that's a thing.
What is it exactly you're trying to do?
She said, Faya said that she talked to Bishi, like, in dreams and kind of by meditating on the place and... Is that...
Eurevis is not a warlock patron.
Not yet, that is. Gonna try it anyway.
I'll tell...
It could be that he just goes to sleep, but... Worth a shot.
Okay. I'm going to have you make a roll. You have a lot of things to choose from. Arcana,
Oh
Insight, Persuasion, or Religion.
okay, Arcana, Religion, and... Oh no, Arcana and Religion are 1, Persuasion is 2, and Insight is 3. And that's with proficiency on Insight. On one hand, you know what? The roll would mathematically be Insight, but thematically, this is Rayos trying to do what Faya instructed, so it should be a Religion.
Okay.
So I'm going to take the +1. So 16, 17.
Faya would like to point out that Faya has a connection to her patron that she can focus on.
Faya does have a connection to her patron she could focus on.
I have dice luck.
The dice luck works! Okay, we're going here again. Reyes, as you fall asleep, you eventually find yourself back at the same field. I'll add him back in if it gets to it.
Okay, I don't know what I was gonna even do once I got here. I was just curious.
I assume contact Eurobus.
I don't know what to say. I just curious if it would happen, if it could work. Just trying to figure this all out. Okay,
It's a lovely meadow with some mountains and a river in the distance.
Gonna wander around until he sees until or if he sees anything alive. Just animals, anything.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna write an encounter table.
Okay. Oh no. The truly most random encounter table.
I have to keep in mind the kind of people that would end up at this plane. In other words, your mom is not going to show up.
Oh, I felt safe about that. She's wherever the creepy spiders and the hollowed eyes and the weird opal energies and all sorts of that magical divination nonsense is.
Okay, I think oh, hang on, that person's dead. All of these guys are still alive. Nope, all of these guys. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Our side of the campaign is just sponsored by any and all sandwich chains.
Definitely.
We are here for sandwiches and corpse deals. Nothing else. Anything else were to happen on this side of the campaign that's not corpse deals, For sandwiches, clearly we've been replaced.
I come back and the name's even longer.
I think you can remove a few of the closing parentheses.
Okay, anyways, I had to step away because dog needed to go out and part of the fence has blown down. So I had to take her out on a leash.
Oh, that's not great.
The part of the fence blew down?
Yeah.
Okay.
I must emphasize we have like a wooden fence.
Okay. Like, is it like super far into the ground and like, did it like break and snap, or did it just kind of like topple over?
Topple over.
Okay.
I'll send.
So the repairable kind.
Yes.
Okay.
Rayos, questioning existence from the afterlife, but not in a reborn way. Much more existential, sorta. He's not really smart enough for that kind of dread, but also ready to fight monsters with a gun. I feel like if you tried talking to a reborn that's been dead for a longer period of time, you would have better luck. It's an afterlife. What kind of monsters do you think are here?
Rayos does not know. He knows that there's a crazy fish whale dragon thing in one of the afterlives, and that sounds like it has the potential to be hostile at one point or another. So, I mean, there could be very decent people here who would really like to like attack him. I don't know. Celestials?
Could you roll me
Maybe
a d6?
Sure thing. That's a 6.
Reroll.
That's a 1.
Okay. After a good bit of walking, you come across a patch of wildflowers with butterflies around them.
Okay. Is there anything unusual about them?
They glow a little. Kind of sparkle a little too.
He just kind of watches them. Uncertain about, like... Uncertain about what to do. He didn't expect to get this far.
Just some butterflies doing butterfly things.
Okay.
One lands on your boot for like a second.
Is there anything weird about the feeling of it landing on the boot?
No.
Does it feel like something actually landed there, or was it just like a free-floating spirit that just kind of happened to intersect the same plane?
I'm not sure how to answer that question because how much weight is a butterfly going to have?
I guess that's fair. Gonna just keep wandering around.
Okay, I have an actual encounter table now. Roll me another d6.
Okay. That's a 5.
Okay. This could be
We're beginning to
interesting.
regress to the means.
Hmm?
We're regressing to the means. I got a 6, then a 1, now a 5. Next d6 will probably be a 2.
Okay. It appears I don't have this person's token anymore. Because at the time, I didn't think I'd be doing anything with the afterlife.
That's fair.
So I'm going to pull up her hero forge real fast, and I'll put it in chat. But this time you do find someone.
Okay.
God, I hope I still have her hero forge. Ah, there's a search. I'm actually using the search function on Hero Forge. Oh. Okay. You come upon a female drow in leather armor.
Oh. That is a familiar face.
Reyes would vaguely recognize this individual as one of the people that was with Hivid's camp back around when you first betrayed Euremus.
It's been a bit. Hey, what's she doing?
What would she be doing? I'd say you come upon her sort of knelt down in the grass picking at the flowers and trying and failing to weave them together into any sort of creation.
Do I remember if I'm the one who caused her death?
Reyes, you did not.
Good.
You actually saved her on one occasion from a shambling mound.
Yes.
If you're not actually this close to her, she hasn't noticed yet, but if you are this close, she has noticed you.
He would kind of just be wandering around and... yeah, not stealthily.
God, we're getting more tanks again. Hey?
Hey? What's this place? What is this place? What is this place?
And afterlife, afterrealm, heaven, whatever you want to call it.
What's there to do here?
Well, you can always find other departed to talk to. Potentially make peace with any enemies you might have had in life. Assuming they ended up here.
Okay.
I think there was a forest with some things to explore. There's the river, mountains way over there to climb.
Is there
Even
like a
heard talks of an ocean.
Is there like a patron being of this place?
Don't think so, no. More or less, if you're relatively good and didn't have a patron or god to worship, you end up here.
Interesting. What defines good?
Truthfully, I'm not sure if I even should be the one to answer that.
Cool.
I've done some things that people would consider bad, evil, definitely. I've done some things I regret, but still here.
Here. Okay. I'm gonna head over that way. I think you said there was a forest or something?
Yes. Birch, it's quite nice.
Okay. Well, good to see you again and chat. I'm sure we'll probably run into each other again sometime. Here.
Good to see you too.
Made it. Yes.
Rest in peace.
Yep. He's gonna head his way over towards the forest.
Roll me a d6.
Okay. That's a 6.
Reroll.
That's a 1.
Okay, this could be interesting.
Oh boy!
You make it to the forest.
Okay.
It's, as she described, a birch forest. Wildflowers do sort of taper off a bit, but there are other new flowers also growing in the forest.
Okay.
Could you make me a perception check?
Sure thing. One of my good skills. Yeah, +6. That's an 18. The lowest die roll I've had tonight is a 10. And that was just kind of because.
Okay, you see amongst the trees and foliage a flash of like a pale-ish red.
Okay.
Kind of like a snake tail.
Like a snake tail. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna pull up my rifle and just kind of try and look for it with the sights.
You do eventually find it. And this is what you see, and it's heading towards you.
Okay, that's a thing. That's a big thing. Interesting. I don't recognize that art. But it's cool. Does it seem to have spotted me? I mean, it's moving in my direction, but does it seem to have spotted me?
Yes.
Cool.
From DM to player, this is a Sukura Kiori.
I don't know what that is. I know what half of that is. I've definitely read its stat block before, but I don't remember a single thing about it. Okay. Is it moving towards me in a hostile manner? Does it seem threatening?
I'd call it aggressive. Let's go with aggressive.
Pop, pop. That thing is definitely going to eat my soul and cause me to stay here permanently.
Oh, your assumptions are so wrong. They want you out.
Oh, I'm here to fight then. I want to do more research and exploration.
Okay, pop pop, that's 2 attacks.
Okay, so, combat. Yup, +8 to hit on both, so, yay.
Yay.
Am I good to just flip over the stone as kind of a before thing?
Yes.
Okay. Well, here, then let me go ahead and take my damage first. Ouch, that's 3. Fine. Okay, so first pop is going to be a 19 to hit Well, sorry, 19 plus 8. 27.
I think that will hit.
Okay. Cool. I don't have advantage. That sucks. And I didn't take either of these sharpshooter. That sucks a bit more. So first attack is gonna be. Does it have any resistances or anything with fire or piercing?
Andrew, I'm gonna be honest, I don't have a stat block for this thing.
Oh. Okay.
I was just gonna have it go poof because it's not the real thing.
Okay. Because then that would be, just from the first attack, that would be 12 plus 4, 16 to hit. 16 damage.
Your bullets hit it, and the Kiori disappears in a puff of smoke.
Okay.
You hear a voice say, Dreamwalker, in your head.
Okay.
They don't like the idea of you trying to visit other planes in your dreams.
Well, that's gonna make this next idea even more stupid.
You know the dream demons?
No.
I don't know, that's how I think of them.
Yeah, that's fair.
Dream aliens.
Yeah, no. I mean, I love Quarry and such. But, like, I've never used them correctly. So.
Oh, I'm not using them correctly either.
So we're going to find a place in this forest that is seemingly nice and kind of just nice. And we're going to try and sleep and dream / meditate ourselves into Bishi's realm. And see if we can inception this. Since that's the only other one that we really technically know of here.
They're gonna fucking hate this. Okay.
Let's see if we can do this.
Why don't you roll me a d4?
Oh, whoop, that's not a d4. That's a d12.
Not a 4.
That's a d20.
That's not a 4 at all.
That's a 1.
Okay. You'll find a small clearing in the forest, at the center of which is a... is a cairn.
Okay.
And sort of stacking more stones of considerable size, even. And actually, not just stacking, she's engraving into the cairn. Stones on the cairn. She is a copper dragonborn, wearing very heavy, dark black and red armor.
Okay.
Her art's in owlbear this time.
I see it.
But it seems like a nice spot.
Okay. He will just kind of, like, do a small wave and then kind of find a place that is very much not intruding on her workspace and just kind of lay down, try and take it easy, and try and just focus the mind on the Eternal Reef. The little things that he knows about it, that there is a giant dragon turtle, that it's underwater, and that there's now robots there.
Okay, but I'm going to... This is going to be a much harder DC. Arcana, Insight, Persuasion, or Religion.
We're gonna go with Insight. Just kinda cuz. Oh, that's rough. That's the lowest roll of the night. That's an 8 plus a 3. So...
You're too restless to
11.
fall asleep.
Okay.
That encounter with an alien has you kind of spooked.
That's fair.
Do I know you from somewhere?
I don't think so. I mean, you kind of look familiar. Have you ever seen weird alien things with like lobster hands in this part? For?
No. There's what? I thought this plane was supposed to be peaceful. Also, I fucked up. She shouldn't be here. She's a cleric.
There's some backstory there now.
She should be with her god. Okay, oh well.
Redheaded stepchild of the ministry, I guess. Okay, things.
You want a car or something?
Sure.
Here, bitch, she'll
What
hand
sort?
you...
Oh, yeah, sure.
And she'll hand you blacksmith's tools.
Okay,
Actually.
these are things that I don't believe I know how to use.
I wouldn't think so.
No. What sort of symbology does she have on her? If any.
Hang on. Hang on, I know where I can get this information. Where is that? Props, I think. Yeah, there it is. Antar! Cleric of Antar.
Okay. Rayos doesn't know who or what an Antar is, but he's gonna try and make like kind of a holy symbol similar to that on her.
It's on the hammer.
On the hammer, and just kind of, well, let's see if he can do anything with that. Let's see if it's any good.
I feel like this is just a straight D20 roll because you don't have blacksmith tools proficiency.
But is there any ability score attached to it, or?
Sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand. Ooh.
That might help you.
But no. Gotcha. I have a +7 to sleight of hand. So if it's a sleight of hand check, that would be a 14.
It's rough. But someone just looking at it for the first time wouldn't necessarily need to be told what it is.
Okay.
And I think that's the most you can ask for.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and meditate on this stone and see if I can, like, break into her heaven. Through a dream here.
No.
Fair enough. Then I will pass that to her as just a sign of goodwill.
She'll add that to the pile.
Okay, and then I'm gonna make my way into the forest and see if there are any more of those alien creatures around.
Pick a number between 1 and 3.
3.
Okay, this could be really interesting.
Oh boy.
Because I know a thing or two about this particular quarry, as I did with the other one. I don't have a stat block for them at the ready, especially because I don't have my copy of Eberron with me. In fact, I think I know exactly what I'm going to do. Dorp, how are you doing? Okay. Rias, you go deeper into the forest and you find a river.
Okay.
And it's a pretty wide river. You're gonna have to find, I guess, a bridge or rocks or something to cross it. But as you're looking for this rises out from the water.
Ooh, one of these guys.
What are you doing here?
Exploring. I was summoned here. A bit ago.
You should not be here.
Your friend told me that too. What would happen if I keep following this river?
It attacks.
Okay.
I wonder if I could find a stat block of this one online. Oh, no. Oh, there's the other one. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna use the other one in place of this one.
Okay.
That should be fine.
Well, yeah.
Does a dirty 20 hit you?
Yes.
Okay, you... D8s... I'm gonna make Elder do it. Okay. You take 12 piercing damage and 8 psychic damage.
Cool. That's 20 total.
Yes.
Ouch. Let's do this.
Fighting the dream demons with a gun.
This is how you fight your sleep paralysis demons.
We met. It turns out we aren't friends.
Okay, So if that happens, you're lashed by those tendrils.
Okay. So.
And
It is going to
hurts a
do
lot.
that. Yeah. I'm gonna dig my foot deep into the ground, pull up my rifle, and make a very steady shot, kind of straight into the bulbous light that might be its face.
Okay, roll an attack.
Okay. And this is with my steady aim, so I'm giving myself advantage on my next attack roll.
Okay.
So that's 2 11s. So plus 8, that's a 19 to hit.
Oh, that'll hit.
Okay. And because I gave myself advantage, I get sneak attack, which, yay. Okay, so. 2 of these, 2 of these, 1 of these, plus 4. So that's gonna be 20 back.
Okay. Much like with the previous one, actually. When this one takes damage, it disappears into a puff of smoke. And as it does so, you hear it scream, but like slightly quieter, there you hear another sort of yelp. And that yelp sounded like Hivid.
That's weird. Because Rayos doesn't know what a Kalashtar is. But that's cool. If I... And it just kind of disappears into a puff?
Yeah.
Or it just kind of... I'm going to follow the river. And just kind of like, now I'm keeping a level eye for anything that looks just like this, so I can just like immediately start popping off as soon as I see it.
Odds or evens, Reyes?
We're going evens.
As you follow the river, you come to a silver-furred tabaxi.
Okay.
Do I still have your stat character sheet? No. Okay. He is spearfishing in the river.
Okay.
And it actually appears to have caught quite a bit.
Nice. Gonna kind of just keep moving past them, unless they like seem familiar. My brain is saying Savannah of Exiles, which I think that would also be fair to say Rayos would be thinking of as well.
Actually, no, but if that's what Rayos would think, that's what Rayos would think.
That's
Rayos might
that's
not
what Rayos is thinking.
Rayos might not have talked with this individual much.
Fair.
So, you move on and...
Innate look around at the one spirit who is fishing to see if they have any elements of the dream threads that are kind of like existing or coming into this plane.
This person is not here because they're dreaming of being here.
Okay. Answer some questions.
They were killed. But you wouldn't necessarily know that.
Reyes is instructed to never remember the faces of the people he has killed, because that will make you dwell on them and their history. And so, if he does not know them,
Well,
that's for him a good thing. It'll only drive him backwards.
You've already made that mistake once. You don't need to do it again.
Exactly.
And with that in mind, there's only one option remaining.
Okay.
You come to a waterfall. You're standing at the upper part of it, where it cascades over a small cliff.
Okay.
And sitting by this waterfall is him.
Okay.
He doesn't seem to have noticed you. He's just sitting there enjoying the sound of the fall.
He's going to walk up, sit next to him, and say, "Hey, you know that this place is like governed by weird, creepy, sinewy dream monsters?" Kind of like pat on the back as well, just as sitting down saying crazy stuff.
How the hell are you here? I thought I had to call people here.
I hope you didn't use your one lifeline on me. I guess I can get in here whenever I want.
I don't know what to say.
So good news. It seems like there's no actual political organization here. So like you could probably ascend and be like the chief gear or like take this place over with big militaristic regimes and such.
I don't want
Like
to. The hell?
you mean the gears don't have an afterlife division?
No.
I mean, Tevngardians do. I mean, to be fair, it's more of the same, really. We just bring them back, but like, I guess that makes sense.
Reyes, I cannot stress this enough. I want nothing to do with the gears. Even if they did have an afterlife division, I wouldn't be following through on whatever orders those might have been.
So, waterfall. Then I guess is this it? Is this what and after the afterlife is here, or just
There's more to this plane than this, but I like the spot.
it's a nice spot. A lot less smog than home.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Why are you back?
Um, I'm just here, just trying to figure out what's. Yeah, no, I mean, it was kind of an experiment. I really didn't know where I was going with it. Do you know what happens if you jump off of this waterfall? Do you just like fly, or can you walk on the ground? Can you just float? Are there rules to this plane?
I haven't tried per se, but I imagine I'd be just fine. You, on the other hand, I wouldn't try it.
Might end up here forever too.
Perhaps you can try that experiment when you're here the proper way, as it were.
How to get back?
There's only so many times you could be revived.
I don't think I'm dead. At least not yet.
You're not. That was That was my original point.
I'm going to take my water skin out of my bag and just kind of pour it out on the ground here, and I want to get some of the river water into it.
Okay. It's cool and crisp. Good water.
Oh, okay. Okay. After he takes a bit of a sip, he makes sure he fills it completely up full. Then kind of just screws on the cap.
Yeah, whenever you go back, that's not going to still be in there.
I don't know. Have you been here before? Did you get out of here? Maybe it could.
Briefly,
I mean, we've
the
got a...
first time.
I mean, we've got a dragon turtle that takes robot bodies and sends us up living dragonborn. Why couldn't a little bit of water go through that's a similar barrier?
Because you're here through a dream, Reyes.
But I am here, right? I am here. Because I've talked to people. I carved a rune into a stone. I shot a couple of goop monsters. One of them had a lobster hand.
I don't know.
This is a crazy place. And first person I came to said it was just for finishing unfinished business, and sort of where everyone ends up who doesn't pledge their mortal lives to a cause far greater than their own. So there's gotta be more, right?
To this?
To something. I mean, there's gotta be more to something.
Does there, though?
I mean, I've finished all of my business. And then some. I finished business I shouldn't have finished. I'm still going to be finishing business I shouldn't have finished. Was I your unfinished business?
I don't think you have the right idea of this plane.
I guess not, maybe not. Sorry for accidentally finding you. He'll get up and just kind of head out.
You can stay.
You want to see a goop demon? If I stay, they'll probably come.
On second thought, you should probably go.
Reyes is gonna lay down And he's going to try this one more time. He's going to try and imagine, kind of will himself into another spot, another dreamlike position. Try and do a thing. He wasn't able to get into Bishi's realm, that kind of makes sense. He wasn't able to kind of get into the cleric spot, that also makes sense. So he's going to imagine, he's going to put himself, kind of picture in his mind's eye and like try and push through here into the Tevngardian kind of prison cells. And see if he can push through back to the prime material plane and just kind of see that area and just be in that space.
Okay. You lay down to attempt this. Whatever the hell this is. Remote viewing, I guess?
We're experimenting. This is experimenting.
So you do this. You lay down to attempt this. When a Kiori, the same blue one from before, seems to pounce on top of you.
Okay.
Your plane hopping ends now.
Waiting for this guy.
Your plane hopping ends now. And
does Eurybus have any reaction to this thing as it's happening since it's right next to him?
no. It's
Okay.
as far as he's concerned, it's not even there.
Huh.
And let me look at this thing. It I guess bites you with that core, and that's when you wake up face to face with Hivid.
Okay.
Let me just pull up that map. What in the hell are you doing?
I had an idea. It was kind of Faya's fault. She encouraged it. The short answer is, we were talking about how her patron works and how you get to it via meditation and such. Deception check, sure thing. I've got a...
I'm sure you're great.
+5.
Oh.
Okay, so a 24.
Okay. It's Faya's fault. As you were.
He's gonna be reprimanded for. He's gonna be reprimanded later.
Basically, there was kind of a strange field of wildflowers that came to me, and figured it was either some sort of an elemental patron of some sort, and so I was trying to reach out and call back to it, and it threw me out last night. Figured it would be something of a mystical war enchantment element, boon sort of thing.
This is all part of the deception, isn't that? Isn't it?
In part, yeah. There's some things that are being deliberately left out. Like, there's enough sprinklings of the truth for it to be believable, but, like...
As you were.
How did you find out that I was experimenting with this all?
That thing you saw? I'm connected to it.
What thing?
The Kiwari.
Don't know what that is.
Dreamguardian. That one's name is Id.
Okay. Because there were two of them. One that was kind of pulsating blue and kind of just ethereal, formless,
that
and then
one.
the other one that had a lot of eyes and a lobster claw. I shot both of them.
Yes, I'm aware. I hurt.
Are you real here? Because that thing was only in the dream realm.
Yes, I'm real, Reyes.
Oh, right. But is everything here normal? Real? Like... Because it was real on the other plane that I was on. Do you go to all these other planes?
No, you're not supposed to dream hop to other planes like that. It can be as dangerous as actually going to those planes.
It wasn't dangerous. It was like just a meadow that was incredibly banal, and there was like nothing happening there. Well, I'm sorry I shot your god.
You're not... Clearly you weren't supposed to be there then.
Okay. Well, I won't try that again.
Why did you go to the gardens?
Okay, so that's what it's called. I didn't know that. Some creature there called me to its realm the other night, and I was trying to go back to see if we could get aid for the conflict and the fight at hand. I don't know how these things work.
If you don't know how these things work, then why did you think yourself qualified to dabble in them?
It came to me. This war came to me and I have to deal with it. Just kind of going by the seat of my pants, figuring out what happened. I mean, I didn't even know the plane was called the Gardens until you said so right here. Officially, of course. So yes, a thing from the Gardens contacted me. What should we do about it?
What contacted you at the gardens? I'm a cleric. I know my afterlives.
Tough warrior.
Anyone?
Had a big blade. Seemed like the kind of person who could mess up a lot of others. Dangerous.
What did this individual say the first time?
They wanted to fight me. To prove worth. And we started talking, and then I was sent out. I was trying to find them again. I figured this was a test where there were going to be creatures and monsters and targets to hit, and so I was fighting my way through until I could find them again, and I didn't. Seems they lost interest.
I think you'd be better off not looking into it further.
Okay. What is that plane supposed to be?
It's an afterlife. It's a place to continue living even after your physical body can no longer hold in the soul.
So what would someone over there want me for?
I think only the person who called you can answer that question.
Okay, so you see how that makes me want to go back and figure out more?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying I
not...
shouldn't do that.
I don't want you to get hurt dream hopping.
What's the worst that could happen? I end up back here.
They can actually hurt you if they... Ed knows you through me, so he'll just wake you up. But the others, I cannot guarantee that. And then even he doesn't know. Even though he knows you personally, he doesn't know your limits.
Okay. Okay. I will not try and chase down the mysterious Knight of the Dream Realms. Though it could have been cool if they like showed up in the middle of our assault and just like, wow, wait, just like attacked a bunch of stuff, like tore down the gear headquarters. Be cool. Have a Dream Knight who could just like teleport around.
They're dead and on another plane of existence.
We bring people back all the time.
That's so different.
Sorry, that's me, Andrew, laughing.
I
Just-
figured.
It's like, I know how this stuff works. It's hard. I have to pretend I don't.
Getting brought back into the same body is not the same as calling upon a soul to fight again?
Is that dream thing what's up with your hand?
Yes.
Can it see us through it?
Through my hand? No. Through me? Yes.
Can you see through it?
Glimpses, but for the most part, no.
Okay. For the record, it didn't show up the first time.
What happened the first time?
I saw the night we were about to fight, we talked, and then I left. Or I didn't leave, I got thrown out. But, you know. It wasn't around.
You being called there is different than you trying to go there through the power of dreams.
Okay. Do you know what kind of sandwich they're making for breakfast?
Those sandwiches.
Campaign is powered by sandwiches of all kinds.
Pancakes today.
It's fine. If you have 2 pancakes and a piece of meat, you're still having a sandwich.
It's the number 6 on the McDonald's menu.
This episode is titled Sandwiches and Corpse Deals. Sandwiches, corpse deals, and dreams.
What is it, 2 days till war?
Yes.
Let's get busy. And if you can talk to that, Night in the Dreams, tell him to call me back.
Can I have any other details?
That's about what I got. Actually, you know what? Don't. That's just a temptation. It's just a toy. They're probably trying to throw me off of our game.
Okay.
Let's go make a sandwich.
Let's go make a sandwich.
Do you want to build a sandwich?
I think that's where we're going to end it for tonight. I now need...
More sandwiches!
I do have more, but I was about to say I now need to come up with more material, but now for the next couple of days, but there is material I didn't cover, so I can just do that. Plus now I need... Do I need to write stuff for you going to for you trying to dream hop again? Or you
I think Rayos is probably willing to listen to some reason and just not right now.
Goes Faya's morning or breakfast meal conversation starter. Hey, do you want to go visit Bishi's realm with me?
Yes.
We can talk about it over our sandwiches.